Presentation is on tire fires, and it's me and Sam, so I don't know.
Alright. So, burning tires is a big problem because of how many toxic gases the act releases. Some of these gases are released from... Some of the gases released from tire fires are carbon monoxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. Each of these gases have different hazardous effects, however, all are highly poisonous. And we came across this issue because it has been happening a lot in the past years and have been increasing the amount of carbon in the atmosphere. This isn't just a problem for us, but for everyone, including plants and animals. The act of burning tires releases an average of 18 million metric tons of carbon into the atmosphere each year.
Okay, so background on tire fires. Tire fires began in 1984 as a form of protest. Before that, there was a law passed in 1976 that banned burning waste as a type of disposal or recycling. On September 24th, 1984, 4 million used tires that were being stored for recycled flames. Tire fires is also used as a form of protest and or for the sake of getting rid of them as well. As just for fun, authorities decided on a $20,000 fine as a punishment for any type of illegal burning, such as burning tires or hazardous waste. I got this one.
I got it. So, the gathering information on tire fires. The comparative question we have is what releases more carbon into the atmosphere: burning tires or driving a car that runs on gas on average per year. From gathering information from graphs, data tables, and articles, studies show that burning tires releases 17,999,995.4 tons of carbon dioxide more than on average per year than driving gas-powered car. In estimates per year, the gas-powered car releases 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide, and burning tires releases 18 million metric tons.
Okay. So, our specific findings on tire incineration is the punishment of burning tires should be harsher already than it already is, to try to scare people away from it. That's our claim. And the evidence is burning tires and hazardous waste is very bad for the environment. It intoxicates the air we breathe by releasing tons of chemicals and carbon into the atmosphere. This has been happening a lot over the years. A $20,000 fine has done little to nothing to scare people into not burning tires. Since the $20,000 fine hasn't done much, it should be raised to $30,000 fine and jail time depending on how many tires were being burned. This should definitely be a punishment of tire incineration, because if it continues at the rate that it does, the air within the atmosphere will be too toxic to breathe. Is there anything on the side?
This is a cycle of recycling that helps reduce the carbon emissions from burning tires.
I'll read. Depending on tires are being burned, there are different ways that the fire department would deal with it. For example, if there were tires being burnt in protest, firemen would offer a different, healthier, and safer way to protest instead of burning those tires. However, if the tires were being burned for the sake of just getting rid of them, the fire department would offer a cheap recycling company to give the tires to. As far as the fire department knows, there are 5 to 6 tires burnt in protest in the past year in Ashfield, because it is such a small amount. The fire department and the police agreed that the people involved would not be charged because it was not an absurd amount of tires being burned. And our expert was the chief of the Ashfield Fire Department. If possible, people who make tires could possibly use less materials and chemicals while also keeping the tires durable, as well as using recycled tires to make old tires. Old tires can be recycled, can be used for and turned into various different things such as gardens, furniture, playgrounds, /swings, decoration. Are you reading?
Here.
There you go.
There we go. So we interviewed a police chief as well, and here's what he had to say to our questions and his responses. So he said that there could be cheap recycling programs built to give people a quick and easy way to recycle used tires, and tires are grounded up and added to ball fields because they couldn't be recycled normally. And in Whately, Mass, there would be an estimate of 20-ish tires burned in the past year. And if there's clear evidence that a person or people burnt tires, they should be charged and have jail time. In Mass General Law, Environment Protection deals with burning tires.
Okay. We interviewed another person who was a civil engineer. Civic engineer. And she said offer of alternative disposal for the people who burnt tires for the sake of getting rid of them, and a high charge for the people who burned in protest. However, it might be difficult to contact these people. Tires could be made from more composable materials, although that would greatly affect the durability of the tires and increase the cost of them too. Recycling can be made more accessible for people. It also can be used for long-lasting crafts. Our expert agrees with us on our ideal punishment for tire incineration, which is $30,000.
For our policy proposal, we decided that the punishment should be changed for participating in the act of tire incineration, and we propose that jail sentence for burning tires should be 3 weeks and or $25,000 or $30,000 fine per tire that is burned. And this proposal is actionable because we want to change the punishment to 3 weeks in prison or a $25,000 fine, which is probably better. And for this proposal, the appropriate audience is probably be government officials that have a say in law.
Okay, steps for the future. The current solution / punishment for burning tires is a $20,000 fine. However, this doesn't do much to stop people from burning tires. In the future, this will be a big regret by society because the air will be too toxic to breathe, could possibly be cancer-causing, and extremely deadly. Therefore, the punishment should be harsher and less acceptant of the act act of burning tires. This will hopefully help decrease the amount of carbon is being released into the atmosphere each year. And then we got the next picture.
Alright. So what are we going to do with old tires if we cannot burn them? Well, we would recycle them into things such as new tires, furniture, garden beds, and other necessary or useful items or objects. And why shouldn't we burn tires? Why is it so bad for the environment? Burning tires releases toxic gases such as methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide. These gases are deadly to breathe in, and that's why you should never burn tires. And why did we choose this topic? It's a big concern to the environment. And because of human overpopulation, carbon emissions desperately need to be reduced by billions of tons.
Let's see. Do you have people that you know of that have caught burning? Let me start again. Do you have people that you know of that have caught burning tires? Yes, Sam has before heard and caught people burning tires, but does not know them personally. What is the biggest thing you learned about tire fires? How much carbon it releases each year? Tire fires extinguished. Water works, but there is no healthy way.
The summary is the world is dying because too many people are polluting the earth in many ways, one of them being burning tires, which poisons the atmosphere and environment by releasing toxic gases into the air.
Questions?
Very nice job.
These are our citations.
Awesome. So you guys can unplug and Cam and Zoe.
Let's get out of here.
Okay. Yeah.
That's goofy. I didn't almost just knock over the chair. That was not me. This chair is not going to be nice.
Alright, so remember, speak up. Do you think you got this?
No, I don't. You can do it.
Honestly,
After this, we don't have to ever do it again.
exactly.
I'm gonna
Feel free to just read off the slides.
Since when is this room like a thing? Like, why is there fuzz everywhere?
Yeah, when was this a thing and why is it a thing?
I don't know. I mean, this was literally a place I didn't know
It seems like
was a thing
something you would
until
put
I
like
walked in.
school announcements on, you know?
Yeah, when they do like in movies, they do like the
Yeah.
news, but like you watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that.
Because like the windows and stuff, you know?
Yeah. So these are cute.
There we go. So yeah,
So you can just click through on there. I think I'll probably just read.
you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'll read the first one. Sure. How school affects students' mental health.
The problem is that school affects students' mental health. We've reached this problem because something we hear a lot at school is how much kids don't like school. This is a problem because kids are required to go to school, so it shouldn't be miserable. It's relevant to us because we hear about it a lot and experience feelings like this too.
Yeah.
Schools have tried to be more open to talking about mental health in classes. They have also tried helping by hiring more counselors and having therapists come into the school for students. Some policies that have impacted this problem are starting school at very early times, turning in homework due dates.
Even with prior solutions like talking to someone about your feelings, it has still not been very helpful for some students. Some scientific information to know is nearly 1 in 3 teenagers are diagnosed with anxiety. Which age group has more or less people who don't like school? To collect data, we created a Google form for people to answer with different questions about school. One of our comparative questions was, which age group has more or less people who don't like school? The answer we got from our form was middle schoolers, or 12 to 13-year-olds. We got some good answers as to how we could improve school for students. One of the most popular answers we had was that students wanted more breaks and didn't want WIN because they felt that it wasn't helping them. Okay. The majority of people have said that school has a very negative impact on them and that they find that it is a very negative experience for them.
In our Google form, we asked, does school affect your mental health? And most of the responses said yes. We also asked how it affected their mental health, and people said it stresses them out or gives them extra things to worry about, like grades and deadlines, and it takes away a lot of motivation and energy to do other things.
School affects mental health in different ways. It adds to student stress, it takes away their energy/motivation, and can change how they live their lives outside of school.
Expert interview. For our expert, we met with Mr. Biagini. With him, we talked about how school affects mental health in different ways. We asked questions like, do you think school affects mental health, or what ways does school affect mental health? And we got some answers. We talked about how after coming back from COVID, life was very different for students to adapt to, and how people aren't as developed because of being stuck inside the pandemic for over a year. We also discussed how not getting enough sleep, enough physical activity, or eating enough. A takeaway we got from our expert was that peer relationships is something that can affect students. Another thing that affects students is having enough time to have a kid life. It's hard being a kid and making time to do sports and get schoolwork done, and still having time to have fun and be a kid.
Okay, policy proposal. Instead of having WIN for the middle school, they should get a free break outside after lunch. That way you can just relax, or you can do your work if you choose to, but you don't have to be stuck in a classroom. This proposal is actionable because a lot of people complain about WIN and how they don't think that it is helping them, and maybe if students got this extra break, they could focus more and do better in their classes. The appropriate audience for this is middle schoolers. I think that the first step to making this possible is to test it out for a week or two and see if students have a better time focusing and see if it improves their work.
Future steps. So far, we have talked to a few teachers about our proposal. What we could do in the future is talk to the principal of the school or superintendent of the district and explain why we should get more breaks because of how much stress school causes. Okay. Frequently asked questions. What types of things at school affect students' mental health?
Peer relationships, homework, due dates, tests.
What can students do to help with their mental health?
Physical activity, talking to someone about your problems or your feelings.
What group of students have been most impacted by school?
Mostly middle schoolers because of having to get used to more harsh rules and having to be more social and getting used to different environment.
What could teachers do to help students?
Take stuff away that causes lots of stress, like homework, for example, because it's unneeded extra work.
What is the most used strategy to manage mental health in our district?
Talking to a school counselor or informing students.
Is there a way our district could help the students?
Yes, they could be more open to having teachers check on mental health and provide more guidance to students.
Proposal summary. Throughout this project, we have learned that school affects students' mental health in multiple different ways. We did research for numbers of students with anxiety, and with our survey, we got lots of answers on how to make school better. But the most responses we got were about how people wanted longer or more breaks. We think that this would be beneficial to students so they can get out more energy and focus better on their schoolwork. We think that this theory should be tested out to see how students work and see if it helps students focus.
Thank you for your attention. May we answer any questions? Okay. Let's disconnect that. Yeah. Okay.
Please disconnect.
I just stepped on that. Watch out. Plug that right in.
Wi-Fi work. Guest Wi-Fi. Reload. Policy.
So what you're gonna have to do, let me see this real quick.
Yeah, it should be.
That you'll have to.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Do you want my computer so you can read off of the slides?
Sure. Thank you.
So whenever you're ready.
Personal responsibility and misbehavior in Mohawk Trail. The problem is that in the school, personal responsibility is not taken seriously and is overlooked. I reached this problem by seeing all the graffiti in bathrooms, the litter on the ground, and the gum under the desks. This is a problem because it makes the quality of life of everyone in the school go down, and it makes the school seem dirty, and it'll keep new students from wanting to come to this school. This is also a problem to me, as it also affects my quality of life just like yours, being in the school with so much misbehavior and junk. This is a photo of the boys' bathroom with candy wrappers and one of the tables. This is the hallway full of torn up paper, graffiti in the side of the school's bathroom with inappropriate stuff, one of the tables, and it's just gross. And a previous solution was the school tried to implement detention for misbehavior. However, it has been given out to little to no students due to the process of how long it takes. It was often abused and used in the wrong ways. A somewhat helpful policy is currently places the detention, which I just talked about, obstacles in the way. The prior solution were that the students and their parents would just ignore it and not care. Scientific info that would be helpful is how many students would actually follow this policy, and how students would react to this policy would be very negative, but sometimes it's just what needs to be done. My comparative question in my scientific investigation was, do boys contribute more to the problem of not following through with personal responsibility, or do the girls? The way I collected data was by creating a survey with all the questions I need answered and a question about what their gender is. My answer from the survey was that girls tend to admit to more and see it. However, that does not answer who causes more issues in the school. In the data table, I found multiple pieces of data, like that the male students saw graffiti more often than the female students did. This is possibly the most important question because it lets me know when looking through individual answers about who causes the most issue. 50% were female, 42.3% were male, and 7.7% were unknown, and that tied into answering my comparative question. How many times in the school year have you seen graffiti? The majority answered 5 times or more. How many times have you seen bathrooms that used are trashed or destroyed? It was most people saw it 5 times or more, or 0 times. What? God dang it.
It's okay. Oh, you're good. You're
Alright,
up.
there we go.
Let me just give you a second.
Yeah. Yeah. And there we go. How often do you see... Wait. It's not updated. Why does this up? All right.
So just a tie.
Yep. How many times? Majority said either 5 times or 0 for how often it was destroyed, which is strange. It really would depend on who answered this question. How often do you see gums in table that are places that are not in trash? Almost everyone except 2 people said very often or often. How often do you see litter in the schoolyard or school building? And almost everyone said often or very often. And it's very split on if people think personal responsibility is taken seriously, which is an issue, as you'd hope it was, but no one knows. So, and only 92.3% of students take personal responsibility seriously, and that really, and yeah. And most people do want to see change. My claim is that our school has a large litter and graffiti problem, and most students see this all the time and are aware of it. Most students answered to very often seeing litter and graffiti and other related things in the school, and some even admitted to creating those problems. This evidence supports my claim because it shows that their litter and graffiti problem, and I know this not only because I'm the only one who sees it, but other people also see it. The expert interview, I was looking for someone who knew possible flaws in my policy and ways to improve it, also someone who knows what they're doing. The expertise I was given was that this was a great idea, however it could use some reworking, like the restorative acts happening in the school during breaks or lunch, so that more teachers do not have to stay after school. I had multiple takeaways, but main three were restorative acts are the best punishment we have right now. If this continues, the school will need more moderation, and students need to be leaders and responsible for themselves. My policy is that when a student joins the school on their first day, just like how when you join sports teams at the school, you were given a written agreement that if a student gets in trouble, they will have some after school work to do that will be hard work that will help the janitors, and it also means that they will have to fix their mess and do more. That includes scraping gum off of tables, cleaning graffiti, mopping floors, washing windows, and more chores that will be needed to be done. This will basically be community service for students. This will hopefully make students think twice before littering, vandalizing, or any other large amounts of misbehavior, and it should be very actionable. The janitors, the principal, and the dean are who I should talk to, since they are the appropriate audience to this proposal. And I've already started getting this policy real and plan to work with Dean Colleen to get this official. And the first true step would be getting this policy approved by the principal. The future steps is my proposal is currently in the works with Dean, like I said, and she plans to work on it this summer. And to get it to become a real thing, students will have to sign on their first day of school that will hold them accountable for their actions. Frequently asked questions. How will this go into place and make students agree with it? Sneak it into the school's terms of service because no one actually reads it. How will students know about this? Like I previously stated, they'll be given the form that they sign at the start of the year. The point of all of this is to make the quality of life for everyone in the school improve. Who will this affect? This will affect everyone in the school. And will this only affect new 7th graders who have to sign this? It doesn't matter the grade. You come to the school on your first day, you will have to sign this. My proposal summary is to add into the school rule book that when new students join the school, they will be given a form that they have to sign that states if they are caught not using personal responsibility, they will basically turn into janitor's help after hours, whether it's scraping gums off the bottom of tables and desks or cleaning up litter in the halls. A student who has gotten in trouble will be given a list of tasks they must finish before they can leave. The tasks range from mopping floors, scraping gum, litter cleaning, or anything else that may need to be worked on in the school. They will also have to fix their own mess and make it better than it was originally. They will either have to help during the school day or after the school day. This will basically be community service for the school. Thank you for your attention. Any questions? Yeah, no, I didn't think so.
Like midway through, I forgot. Wait, which one? Which one? It's like an emoji.
Come on up. I think it might be easier if we just keep mine up here.
It's fine.
All right, there you go. And whenever you
So I'm not blocking the screen. Non-motorized conveyances, or NMC, and restrictions on where they can be used in the town of Buckland. The problem. What is the problem? The problem is that the town of Buckland prohibits the use of non-motorized conveyances on the following streets: State Street, William Street, Clement Street, Ashfield Street, North Street, Depot Street, Birch Street, and Elm Street. How did I reach this problem? And why do I care? I reached this problem because me and my family enjoy riding things like scooters, skateboards, and rollerblades, which are all considered to be non-motorized conveyances. We did this on many of the streets mentioned above for several years to get to and from places like friends' houses, school, just riding around, etc. But we only found out that it was technically illegal later on. And why is this a problem? This is a problem because there is no reason for NMC to be prohibited from these streets. In the many years of riding NMC on the streets, no incident of property damage or harm to pedestrians had ever occurred. And most people don't feel unsafe with NMC on the side of the streets anyway. Some background information. What are previous solutions that could be applied to this problem? There's only been really one solution, and that would be to ride a normal bicycle, as they are for some reason not considered to be a non-motorized conveyance. Now, what policies currently impact this problem? The only one that impacts this is Section 1 under Chapter 10 of the Buckland Town Bylaws. It's the one that prohibits non-motorized conveyances prohibits non-motorized conveyances from these streets, among other things. This is the policy that I do want to modify. Now, what information would be helpful to know to prove my point that people don't feel unsafe with non-motorized conveyances on the side of the road? A useful statistic would be what percentage of students at Mohawk Trail Regional School would feel safe with the use of NMC on the side of the road. This question is what I chose to investigate, as you'll see on the next slides. My comparative question was what percentage of students would feel safe with non-motorized conveyances being used on the side of the road compared to the amount that feel safe with bicycles on the side of the road. The steps I took to collect my data were: first, craft a survey to give to students asking for their opinion on NMC and bikes on the side of the road, and second, compile the data into percentages and statistics. The answer I found to my comparative question was that 93.3% of students at Mohawk Trail would feel safe with bicycles on the side of the road, and 86.7% of students would feel safe with NMC on the side of the road. Here is the data in a pie chart, or multiple pie charts. Now, my claim is that most people who are students at Mohawk Trail would feel safe with non-motorized conveyances being used on the side of the road. My evidence for this is that around 86.7% of surveyed Mohawk students said that they would feel safe with NMC on the side of the road. This evidence supports my claim because if most students who live either in or near the town of Buckland feel safe with non-motorized conveyances on the side of the road, then there should be no safety of the people, that quote being taken from Chapter 10, Section 1, Line 1 of the Buckland Town Bylaws, needing protecting in this aspect by restricting certain streets from non-motorized conveyance usage. Now for my interview. The characteristics I was searching for in my expert was a passion in the subject, years of experience researching the town and state's non-motorized conveyance related laws, and a general wealth of knowledge about non-motorized conveyances and motorized vehicles in general. The expertise of my expert is non-motorized conveyance laws in Massachusetts and also the specific non-motorized conveyance laws in Buckland. My three key takeaways from my interview would be that the law was most likely made for the safety of the riders of the non-motorized conveyances and pedestrians back when NMC were weaker and more unsafe. The law is very outdated due to the advancements in the safety and power of NMC, And to get the law changed, I need to confidently approach the Buckland Town Select Board and present to them my idea on how to amend the law. However, being a minor may hinder things, as I may not have the ability to change anything. Now, the policy that I propose isn't really a policy. It's an amendment to an already existing policy in Section 1 of Chapter 10 of the Buckland Town Bylaws, specifically changing the fact that non-motorized conveyances are completely restricted from certain streets. I propose to allow them on the very sides of streets and not on sidewalks and at a reasonable speed. Now, how is this actionable or valuable? This proposal is valuable because it aims to fix a problem in the law that negatively affects multiple groups of people in Buckland. Now, the appropriate audience for this proposal would be the Board of Selectmen, now known as just the Select Board, since in the law itself it states that they have the right to add or delete streets to this bylaw. Now, some steps to take to propose this would be to prepare a concise speech to propose my policy change to the Select Board and make any necessary compromises that they request. My future steps would be to take my plan for proposing an amendment to the Buckland bylaws further. I need to contact the Buckland Select Board via email and discuss with them what I can do and how. There is a good possibility that they might reject my ideas and proposals because I am under the age of 18, because I would have less legal power. But that is not guaranteed to be the case. So if that is not the case, I will present an information-packed and concise speech, possibly accompanied by a slideshow, much like this one, trying to convince the board to try to get the policy changed. Now, some frequently asked questions. Would bicycles be considered a non-motorized conveyance? The answer to this is, according to Massachusetts state law, a bicycle is not fitting of the title of being a non-motorized conveyance and has its own separate set of laws, hence its privilege on being on the side of the road. Now, why are NMC restricted from the listed roads in the first place? The answer to this is that there isn't really an answer. It's not explained in the law or anywhere else why. It's why these are restricted. It could be because of tourist foot traffic. It could be because maybe the streets are packed and there's not enough space at any given time, etc. Why should I bother changing the rule if the issue is so specific? This issue may be very niche, but it still impacts people that I know negatively, such as my family, friends, and neighbors. Some more asked questions. Why not just ride a normal bicycle? Now, the answer to this is that just like taking a walk through the town, riding a non-motorized conveyance is a recreational activity for the enjoyment of the rider. While riding a bicycle does get you from point A to point B, riding NMC is preferred by some people for its heightened entertainment value. Now, what actually classifies something as a non-motorized conveyance? According to Buckland Town Bylaw, any wheeled object which holds a person that is propelled by foot or batteries is a non-motorized conveyance. See Chapter 10, Section 2 of Buckland Bylaws. Now, to summarize my proposal. I propose a change to Section 1 of Chapter 10 of the Town of Buckland's bylaws, specifically the part stating, no person shall operate non-motorized conveyances on the following streets: State Street, William Street from the fire station to State Street, Clement Street from Sear Street to State Street, Ashfield Street from Franklin Street to State Street, North Street, Depot Street, Birch Street, and Elm Street. I want to allow non-motorized conveyances on the sides of the roads based on the fact that after riding NMC on these streets without knowing it was illegal for multiple years, no incidents of harm have ever occurred to property, pedestrians, or myself. And also based on the fact that 86.7% of surveyed Mohawk Trail students would feel safe with non-motorized conveyances on the side of the road. Thank you for your attention and time. May I answer any questions?
We have about a minute left of class. So we're going to take a brief pause while we wait for that. So if you are in either social studies or science next period, you can just hang out. If you are not in either of those classes,
For the people at
we're
home,
going to head out in just a minute.
we're going to.
But
Oh.
so far, awesome job, everybody.
shall we? Go ahead, give it a talk. Cats. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Test, test.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's loud enough?
Test, 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 test. A little boost.
No, you can't hear in the back.
I'm presenting.
Try again.
Test, 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 test.
That's a little low.
A little low?
Just a little low.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
That's about as good as we're getting.
It'll be better than what we have.
Yeah, just a little.
Can I ask what in omnia paratus means?
I'm ready for anything.
I'm ready for anything. Very cool.
Nice presentation.
Okay. Is that gonna work?
Don't look at me with your audiophile judgment. It's loud enough. Well, you're talking to church. All right.
You don't need a mic.
Morgan, why are you here? Morgan, why are you here?
I should go teach. Yeah, no problem.
I can't hear. What's up, Connor? It's okay, Connor. Catch on. I want to try. No. I'm gonna go like.
How much time do we have until the first presentation?
No, you're not trying.
Can I go back real quick?
Seamus like that.
Oh, those are all up front. You're good.
Seamus, I did it. No, I did not do it. Seamus, what are you doing? Connor. Seamus, I did it. Not that good though.
Oh, that's cool. You can literally hear my stomach growling. I'm just scared.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah? Or actually, are we supposed to make like cards to read on?
This is scary.
Guys, we're up here because we're in this class.
Truman, come up here. Truman, we're sitting up here. Truman, we're sitting up here.
Oh, this is terrifying.
I know.
Oh, this isn't that bad. No, that's not that bad. No, it's not, because there's going to be a bunch of people, but actually, it's not even that bad. Because then you just gotta have it right there. Students project computer tutoring. 8th grade policy 7. Okay, the problem. What is the problem?
Hey, you're not Val.
Shh. Yeah, you're not Val. If you don't have anything nice to say,
Don't
please
say
don't say it at all. Thank you. Okay, I should probably go now.
Yes, same.
It's so cute up here. I love the little plants.
It's a welder to everybody. I'm the first one. Tuner, is he my presentation?
Alright, so as you're coming in, you can go ahead and take a seat. Please be mindful. Excuse me. Voices off, please. Please be mindful that we are live streaming these. So when you are in the audience, your voices need to be off. Okay? We're being supportive audience members. Feel free if you have questions at the end of the presentation, so you can feel free to ask. But besides that, I should not hear any voices while others are presenting. So Cam and Alex, you guys are going to start us off. So you shouldn't need your Chromebook because I have mine up there, so you should be all set.
Real quick, hi, I'm Dave from Pulse Cable. We are live streaming this. When you are presenting, please make sure that you are speaking clearly. We have a microphone going in there. So far, it's been working great. Make sure you're not mumbling into your Chromebooks. But other than that, have a good time, guys.
Thank you.
Alex. We speak in that mic.
Yes. All right.
Oh, that's bright.
No, that's good. All right. Feel good? Feel ready?
No.
Feel set?
No.
You got this.
No.
So if you need, I see you have cards. If you need to just read it off the computer, that's also fine. You won't lose any points for that, don't worry. But yeah, so you control it, so you'll click it, and you're good to go. Remember to speak up, project, speak into the microphone. You ready?
Yep.
All right.
Hello, Cam and my civics project is about normalizing men's mental health.
The problem. What is the problem? There's a stigma against men talking about their mental health, so they don't feel comfortable talking about it. How do we reach this problem? We reached it from knowing some people, with this problem. And it's a problem because men should be able to talk about their mental health without being seen as a baby or feeling uncomfortable. Why is the problem relevant to us? Because we had a connection with some people that committed suicide because they didn't feel comfortable talking about their mental health.
Past solutions to this problem has been therapy and medication, but most males don't use those because they have anxiety about stigma against their mental health.
Yeah. Our scientific investigation. Our comparative question was, are male teens more common to seek mental health or male adults more common to seek mental health help? Our steps of collecting data was to make a survey and talk to an expert. The answer to the comparative question was male teens are more common to seek mental help because some adults are still unsure about talking about their mental health. Here's all the data tables.
They don't see that screen. 65% of men don't find mental health care or even try to find help because they think people would see them as unmanly or childish. We made a survey and only 1 out of 7 males talked about their mental health with somebody.
Expert interview. The characteristics we were looking for in our expert is someone that deals with mental health in their every day. And our expertise of our expert, he is a school adjustment counselor from Mohawk. Some three key takeaways from the interview was like in some old TV shows like The Simpsons and like Family Guy, the dads were seen as stupid or non-father-like. And men are evolving to be more comfortable to talk about their mental health. And the last takeaway was if boys/teens talk to their parents about their mental health, they'll maybe be more open to talk about stuff like mental health.
For our policy proposal, Cam and I are trying to normalize males talking about their mental health. We could do that by having more mental health classes in 12th grade or have a group for teens and their dads to talk about their mental health.
Frequently asked questions. What is the men's mental health stigma? The stigma is that if you talk about your mental health, you're seen as a baby. What is the most common men's mental health problem? It's depression and anxiety. How many men commit suicide per year due to mental health? About 48,183 men commit suicide due to bad mental health. How does most men's mental health problems start? They start by physical problems, relationship problems, employment problems, and social isolation. How can we solve men's mental health? We can solve it by having more classes to get people used to talking about, mental health.
The summary of our proposal is to normalize males talking about their mental health and feeling comfortable with it.
Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
I don't want to get too ahead of schedule. Andrew, you're going to be next, but you're not going to start for like 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Around the world, around the world.
Get up.
Am I supposed to go
I'm well prepared for this, but I am not prepared.
One was the one that came off my head.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
I just wanted someone to work on.
I just
Tanner, want to go up so they can like focus the cameras next to Tanner?
Yeah. Why don't you work on song? Hurry up. Hi, Tanner. Tanner, you're gonna have to leave the room when I do my presentation. I don't want you watching. Our presentation is not that good.
We'll have you start in like 4 minutes. I don't want to start early and have someone who's going to watch you miss it. Yeah, so we'll have that, and then speak into the microphone. When you speak, which if you want to get adjusted at all. But yeah, just feel okay?
Yeah.
A little nervous.
A little bit. This is my biggest grade in all of social studies.
We'll be okay. But yeah, so. Okay, so you have 3 minutes. Breathe. Do you have any questions?
Let the couch breathe.
So,
No.
what you doing?
Stop it, I really like your overalls. They're really cute.
Is it on? Do the roar.
Actually, I need to make sure my volume is off so that doesn't keep happening.
I had like 3 practices, and 2 of them I forgot to be switching slides.
It's okay. And if, like I say, you have note cards, if it comes that it's easier to just read off the slides, totally feel free. You will not lose any points.
This took like 9 minutes 34 seconds to read. This is mainly a summary of what's on my slide. That would not work very well.
Okay, but
thank you for the suggestion. No.
whatever works for you. All right. Ready?
Kind of.
All right, everyone. If I can bring your attention back up this way. I need to face the front. Face your body front. All right. Andrew, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Before I start today, I just want to thank everyone for coming to see my presentation. With that out of the way, let's start. Better mental solutions. So, what is the problem? Well, though mental health has been taken much more seriously, options given are very intimidating. I reached this problem through my own personal experience and knowledge of others who suffer the same problem. While we have plenty of solutions to mental health, suicide rates are increasing quickly and is the second most cause of death for teens. Most past solutions still hold up today, such as medicine, support groups, brain stimulation therapy, residential treatment programs, etc. A tiny bit more of a recent one is a direct number to call. None of these solutions go without obstacles. For example, all solutions have surrounding stigma. This is only becoming a bigger problem as time goes on. For example, about 3,000 high school suicide attempts happen a day. My first big step was to carry out a scientific investigation, starting with a comparative question. What is more common? Someone who uses mental treatment or someone who doesn't? To find the answer to this, I had to go through the data collecting steps, review answers from my survey, interview a professional, compare my notes, then analyze my final data. After these steps, I learned most people would rather avoid mental treatment as seen on the left. It's on the right, sorry. Scientific findings. After my scientific investigation, I had to piece together my evidence, and so I did. Claim, evidence, reasoning. It is clear mental health has become more relevant in recent years. It is important we take our next step into making mental health more accessible. Around 4 in 5 people say they wouldn't give mental solutions a chance, and 1 in 5 people consider suicide. The rates of suicide are increasing, and few of them are getting the help they deserve. As more people consider suicide, it becomes more important to improve our mental solutions. Interview with Chelsea Betzold. After my findings, I needed to interview an expert, someone who has experience with children's mental health. It took some searching, but eventually I landed on Chelsea Betzold. She works mainly with the younger audience, but has some experience with adults. Her job is to prescribe mental medication, but she also educates her clients about the medication in various ways. As a bonus, she has personal experience with ADHD. I had 3 main takeaways from my interview. First, my interview taught me the biggest absence of mental health: proper education. Deep information of mental solutions is lacking. Next, she offered me a building block for a solution. She suggested I could try to enforce a policy for schools that make schools require mental education in a proper manner. The final piece of information I took was the most valuable to me. Near the end of my interview, I had a realization. Creating an entirely new solution to mental health is a big step and can only cover so much area in terms of mental health. So I changed my goal to be more doable. I just need to help take the next small step by not just spreading awareness but also information about the solutions out there. Interview with Miss Brown. After my first interview, I decided another one should take place. My requirements were the same, though this time I wanted someone who works in school staff. I landed on Miss Brown as she teaches multiple classes, such as health class, which has many mental topics. Once again, I have 3 main takeaways from this interview. My first takeaway is about breaking down stigma. A potential option to break stigma is to take more time in school to learn about mental health. The next one is more of a suggestion to school staff, but still of value. Sending children to counselors or contacting a therapist can often be a good way to help a student in need. The final piece of information will be very useful. When I make my proposal, I should make it in a less formal manner, so most teens will be less bored when reading it and will also be able to understand it better. My policy proposal. After all my work, it was finally time for my policy proposal. It took a lot of thinking, but in the end I decided on making a mental education campaign. My idea to put this in action is to create a website with the intent of teenage viewers. I can try to contact different schools to introduce them to the website so it can get spread to the teens in that school. And obviously, teens are my target. Next steps require more research, but a solid basis for more education would likely be the best. Future steps. So far, I still require more research on this subject, and I need to make the website as well. Though after that, my next steps would be to spread the website the best I can, so it is known. Middle/high school students are the ones I need to target the most. So like I said before, I will contact schools and propose my idea. Frequently asked questions. What are some successes that Chelsea had? There are two 11-year-old twins with autism. In the beginning, because of their disorder, they were not comfortable swallowing a pill medication. But their mom and Chelsea knew it would be beneficial for them in school. We found there's a patch medicine that can be used for their disorder, and it ended up being life-changing for them. They can now be successful and excel in school and at home. What other ideas did you have for your proposal? My first idea for my proposal was to make a policy that required school to have a health class, like Chelsea recommended. But unfortunately, not all schools do. But I ultimately decided not to make that change, as it would require much more research in terms of school funding, teachers, etc. The idea would also be incredibly difficult for me to pull off. So I found an option that is easier to pull off and will have a similar effect on the community. Did Chelsea directly tell you that making a new solution was a bad idea? Chelsea never told me directly that I should change my main focus to taking the next step rather than making an entirely new solution. Rather, it was something I thought of during our conversation due to something she said. What strategies did Chelsea have to educate children about medicine? It's a short but cute story. Chelsea has many ways of explaining the medicine to her clients. She decides to educate them based off of their disorder and age. For example, a very young boy with ADHD had an appointment with her, and she decided to draw a brain with scribbles over it. This is what your brain feels like. Then she draws another picture, one with more straight lines over the brain. This is what it would feel like when you're on your medicine. The boy was confused before this example, but after seeing the pictures, he understood it much better. Frequently asked questions. 2. Do you plan on continuing this project after school? I have thought about it, and I do plan on continuing this project out of school. While I would never have started this project if it weren't for school, this is something I am familiar about, and I think it is a problem that should be fixed. What would your website entail? My website would mainly consist of information about medication, therapy, etc. It would also introduce solutions that are built around certain situations, such as financial situations. Proposal summary. I want to make a mental education campaign. This way, more important factors of mental solutions are better known, and it will reduce stigma. The first step of this campaign is to form a website filled with information of the more useful solutions to mental health. Then I would propose the website to many schools so I can easier target teenagers. With these steps taken, further policies can be made to help make solutions to your mental health better. Thank you for your attention. Any questions? Thank you. I forgot to, on the frequently asked questions one, part 2, I forgot to get rid of the empty boxes.
Alright, so yeah, you guys come up this way though. Like walk around this way.
I got that side.
No, that's my side.
I want that side.
No, I get the computer.
I want computer.
No, that's me. Scooch over.
No.
No, trust me.
No.
Papa, let me sit there.
Buddy, this thing is so tiny.
Oh, that's a little bit short, but that's okay.
You're a little bit short.
Alright.
Can't move my feet.
Settle. So when you go, speak into the microphone. It's on, don't worry. You can just click through on here. Feel free to just read off the slides. You won't lose points for that.
W.
But just project. Don't mumble. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
I think you have to hit the space bar.
Don't chomp on your gum.
Okay, everybody be quiet.
All right, everyone. Voices off, please.
Set that there so I can read it.
All right, and whenever you are ready.
I'm Truman Long,
I'm YSSM.
and we're focusing on harmful pollution in Ashfield and Heath Lakes.
What is the problem? The problem is people dumping trash and chemicals in lakes, and then it affects the animals and plants in the bodies of water. How did we reach this problem? We reached this problem by people leaving trash and dumping chemicals in the local lakes and knowing how bad it can affect the wildlife. Why is this a problem? This is a problem because trash and pollution in the water, it affects the animals and plants that live in these bodies of water. Why is the problem relevant to me? This is a problem to me because if the wildlife consumes the trash, it can harm or even kill the fish, geese, and ducks.
What are previous and past solutions to the problem? Some previous solutions are they told people to use less bleach and chemicals while washing clothes and picking trash out of the rivers. What policies currently impact the problem? Helpful or not helpful? A policy that is helping is the Clean Water Act. What obstacles are in the way at the time of the prior solutions? An obstacle in the way is that it takes a long time for the water cycles through and clean it to clean itself, and even with the help of it will still take a long time. What scientific information is helpful to know to understand the problem? How much pollution there is in the lakes and how bad the pollution is in the local lakes.
Our comparative question was between Ashfield and Heath Lakes. Which one has more nitrate, bromine, total chlorine, fluoride, cyanuric acid, and pH levels? We collected how much chemicals and pollution is in the lakes and then find a way to reduce the pollution. The answer to our question is both, because Heath Lake has more fluoride, but Ashfield has more nitrate and cyanuric acid. So both lakes have a good amount of harmful chemicals to the fish and plants.
Our claim is that Ashfield and Heath ponds both have harmful chemicals in the lakes and have different amount of each chemical. The evidence that supports our claim is that Heath has more fluoride and Ashfield has more nitrate and cyanuric acid, and of similar nitrate, total chlorine, and pH levels. This evidence supports the claim by showing that one has more of one chemical, but also the same amount of certain chemicals.
Our expert, and some characteristics we were looking for in our expert: they know a lot about the specific lake, and they are involved with the lake, and they are part of something to help the lake. What is the expert of this expert? Their expertise is being the chair of the commission that is in charge of the lake and for cleaning and adding things to stop pollution in the lake. Some three key takeaways are how they already have trash cans in some parts of the lakes, and how they have people help pick up trash and clean the lake each year, and that they do not have trash cans in some spots yet. They should have trash cans.
What policy do we propose? Our policy is we could, in certain places, we could have more trash cans per square foot, where there's normally more people in those places during certain times of the year. This proposal is actionable. This proposal is actionable because it's not expensive and hard to have trash cans in popular place along the lakes, and it is a little harder to get a stricter law if we propose that one is good, and then enforce the law. Who is the appropriate audience for this proposal? The board members for the bodies of water of the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. What steps to start this proposed solution? To talk to people that are involved with the lakes and in charge with the water.
Our proposal is currently in development because we sent our ideas to Mass Wildlife, but they have not emailed us back yet. Next steps to this would be to put trash cans in the popular places along the lakes and picking up trash and cleaning pollution out of the lakes.
Some frequently asked questions are: what are dangers of water pollution? The dangers of water pollution are not having safe water to drink and have fish and plants to live in.
Where does water pollution come from? Most water pollution comes from sewage and people throwing trash in lakes.
How are pollutants transported through water? By water carrying harmful chemicals and trash down the stream to new places.
What types of water pollution are there? Domestic waste, insecticides and herbicides, food processing waste, and garbage.
What can I do to prevent pollution? You can recycle, use a garbage can instead of littering.
What problems are caused by pollution? Respiratory failure or infections, heart disease, and lung cancer.
What is water pollution? Water pollution is where there's harmful chemicals and trash in the bodies of water.
How does water pollution affect the world? It depletes aquatic ecosystem and triggers unbridled proliferation and
phytoplankton in the lakes. How do we detect the water pollution? We can detect water pollution with water samples.
Why do we prevent water pollution? We prevent water pollution because so that we have safe water to drink and safe water for the fish and plants.
In summary, our proposal is in popular places along bodies of water, there's a certain amount of trash cans per square feet so that people are more likely to throw their trash in the trash cans and not the water. Also, for there to be stricter laws for people that are caught or reported littering, so people will not litter as much because there will be a fine that they will have to pay to make them not want to litter.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Hey Sherwin, we did do a picture just so I know.
I needed to read. I've done it a couple times.
Good job, Truman.
Yeah, it's fine.
Look at the What did we get? Did we get a passing grade, Miss Griffin? W. Let's go. Let's count 1 to 10. How good is that, Morgan?
All right, Josh.
I got a counter out of 10. I know that was I'll tell you. Yeah, that's because I picked neon colors, so you can read the writing.
Alright, so talk into the mic as much as you can so we can hear you. Feel free to just read off the slides. Do you have any questions? No. Feeling okay? So yeah, you'll just click through with that arrow buttons. And yeah, if the screen goes off, just unplug and replug. This should be fine. All right, everyone.
My dad texted me today to stop doing my dog like a cow.
All right. All right, everyone. Voices up. Ready for our next one.
So my title is littering. What is the problem? People are throwing trash on the ground. How did you reach the problem? In Greenfield, there's a lot of trash on the ground. Why is this a problem? Dumped garbage can kill plant growth. Why is the problem relevant to me? It looks so gross on the ground. What are the previous and past solutions to this problem? One is recycling. What policies currently impact this problem? Helpful or not helpful? Fines, cleanup, community service, or imprisonment. What obstacles were in the way at the time of prior solutions? Discard trash out of their kitchen windows or balconies. What scientific information is helpful to know to understand this problem? The presence of existing litter was strongly predictive of littering behavior. Comparative question. Why do people litter? Steps of collecting data. Wikipedia. The answer to the comparative question may be because it's easy and people think it is too hard. Put trash in trash cans. Oh, shoot. Data. Yeah. There's way too much trash in Row and we need to do something. Evidence. I live in Row, so I know. It is bad for plant growth. What characteristics were used looking for an expert on this topic? The community service people. What is the expertise of this expert? To clean up the trash. What are 3 takeaways from your interview with this expert? People may not listen, people may not care, and people will not do it. What policies do you propose? Put more trash cans everywhere so there would be some every few feet from you. How is this proposal actionable? It would be hard to litter. Who is the appropriate audience for this proposal? Anybody could. What are the steps to start this proposal solution? At home, make sure garbage and recycling bags are tied securely so that loose papers and other items can't fall out and become litter. Where is your policy proposal? Solutions currently, I think it is good policy. Thoughtfully discuss realistic next steps to continue this work. Frequently asked questions. Why do people litter? They litter because people are stupid and lazy and they can't find trash can. What are things that people normally throw? Plastic bags, food scraps, egg cartons, glass jars, and a lot of cans. Do you know the effects of littering irresponsibly? Litter can lead to soil, water, air pollution. Why do people litter irresponsibly? Because litter like that because of laziness and carelessness. What are your thoughts when you litter irresponsibly? They don't think because if they did, they would use their eyes to scout out a trash can. What state has littered most of all the states? The state is Michigan. So the main reason people litter is because it is easy to do and they don't have to think.
I don't think Mr. Friday's has it. Mr. Friday, why are you presenting? Josh, you didn't fail this one. He's going to present mine. He actually did all the work. I swapped out. That's our gooseneck. Just so. Yep, that's mine right there. Okay. I did two things, but that was better than last slide. This slide was better than the last one.
You sit with the computer off. Dude, there's a microphone. Good. Do I gotta sit around?
Either way, it doesn't matter. You're on camera.
What up, homie?
Luke.
No, I ain't saying nothing bad. Is this what it feels like to be on the news?
Yes.
No, I got my own.
Touch your stuff. Try to keep this out of your face. Can't get that lower, can I? All right, just talk towards it. Yeah? It's a microphone. It won't be loud if you don't talk into it. You guys just talk a little bit? Anything? Say the ABCs.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
There we go. What a singing voice.
No.
All right.
I'm gonna start a podcast.
You should.
I should not.
All right. So yeah, talk towards the mic, nice and slow. If you need to just read off the slides, that's totally fine. If the screen goes blank for any reason, just unplug and replug. And it should reload. We good?
All right, everyone, voices up.
I'm Kenna.
And I'm Luke.
Our project is about suicide prevention in teens.
What is the problem? The problem is suicide in teens. You spelled that wrong. How did you research this problem? We researched this problem because we think suicide prevention should be talked about more in a school setting. Why is this a problem? This is a problem because most students don't feel safe enough to talk to someone they trust, such as a counselor, in fear of how they are feeling could be
invalidated.
Yep, that. Why is this problem relevant to me? This problem is relevant to us because I think it's important for students to feel they have a safe place to talk and have support when needed.
Scientific investigation.
Why we are collecting this data? We are collecting data because we want to know how the students who go to MTRS feel about how the school deals with suicide prevention. Steps of collecting data. The steps of collecting data is thinking about questions that made the we targeted for students to answer, but not too specific. What? Specific.
And making a survey for 7th through 11th graders to answer. In this chart, the question asked was, do you think suicide prevention should be talked about more? Blue, yes, red, no. 90% of the people surveyed said that it should be talked about more.
The question asked for this pie chart was, how much do you think over the school year suicide prevention and mental health is talked about? And could answer with red, a little bit blue, not at all orange, a few times green.
A lot. As you can tell, majority of the chart is a little bit, but then if you were to add the blue with it, it would become 72.2%. So most people surveyed said that it is not talked about enough.
Background information. What are previous and past solutions to this problem? For the past 8 years, Mohawk Trail has had a program and protocol for a student who expresses suicidal thoughts. But Lifelines was a program Mohawk used. There was a class in health that students took called SOS, which stands for Signs of Suicide. What policies currently impact this problem? Helpful or not helpful? Mohawk uses their own paperwork and knowledge of prevention and what's that word?
Protocols.
No, the one before protocols. Postvention?
I don't know. You spelled some of that.
I didn't.
What obstacles were in the way at the prior solution? The prior solution, called Lifelines, was outdated, and MTRS wanted to keep up with current research, statistics, and trends. The old solution would have skits that would include flip phones, which showed how outdated this solution was getting.
What scientific information is helpful to know to understand this problem? It's helpful to know what other students think about suicide prevention in school and how it's handled, because they're the ones who get impacted by it.
Scientific findings claim students surveyed at MTRS think that suicide prevention should be talked about more. Evidence. Our evidence consisted of sending out a survey for grades 7 through 11th about the importance of talking about suicide prevention, and 90% of the students surveyed said that it should be talked about more. Reasoning. The claim is supported by our evidence because we said that suicide prevention should be talked about more, and the students that took the survey agree.
Expert interview with Heather. What characteristics that were you looking for in an expert on this topic? Someone that can answer the specific questions asked. Nice, willing to have follow-up questions after the initial interview. What is the expertise of this expert? Pretty high. Heather had answers to all the questions I had and explained them really well and was extremely kind when I asked follow-up questions after our meeting with her. What are 3 key takeaways from your interview with this expert? Three key takeaways from it are asking questions is important if you want to understand a topic. It's important to know about the entirety of the problem and take notes.
Suicide prevention policy proposal. The policy we are proposing is for the school to have more conversations about suicide prevention in the curriculum. We proposed this and making it actionable by talking to the school committee. It's appropriate for grades 7 through 12. The steps are talking to the school committee, getting it approved, then a teacher such as Miss Brown to be trained on the topic.
Where is your policy proposal / solution currently? Our project is currently at presenting stage and figuring out how to propose it to the school committee. Thoughtfully discuss realistic next steps to continue this work. Once we have talked to the committee, future steps would be figuring out how to incorporate suicide prevention into the curriculum.
Suicide prevention questions. Why did we choose this topic? We think that mental health should be taken more seriously, and by educating students, that would help along with it helps from understanding on suicide prevention.
Who is at risk for suicide? Anyone is. It really depends on a person's mental health state, but we are focusing on teens.
Are teens more at risk? According to UCLAhealth.org, 20% of high school students have serious suicidal thoughts, and about 9% have made an attempt.
Why should suicide prevention be talked about in school? Talking about suicide prevention in school is important because it spreads awareness and lets students know there are resources.
Is there anything specific that you want to happen if it was put in the curriculum? No, as long as suicide prevention and the resources are talked about, our goal will be met for the civics project.
Proposal summary. The people who answered the questions on our survey had an overall result of saying that the suicide prevention is barely talked about and should be. So our proposal is to incorporate suicide prevention into the school's curriculum.
Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
There we go.
Alright, so if at any point the screen does go off, just unplug it and replug it and you should be good.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, and whenever you guys are ready.
Alright. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Evan Gilbert.
And I am Aiden Gauthier.
And today we're here to present our policy on the censorship of school band songs. The problem is that recently the school band has seen some very strict censoring, down to the point where we can't even play instrumental versions of songs. This all started due to when the rock band wanted to play Chop Suey, but was denied due to having the word suicide. So the rock band said they would have an instrumental version, but it was denied because hearing the instrumental will remind me of the actual lyrics. This is a problem because choice is very important when it comes to motivation to do something. If you're forced to do something, you're probably not going to enjoy it. Thus, if you give the band more choice in what to perform, it's probably going to be better because they're going to be more motivated to play. This is a problem. This is a problem important to me because we want to be able to play the songs we want, and we don't want others deciding what we can and can't play.
Scientific
No, wait, we can't just skip the slide.
Oh, we've skipped it. Never mind. My bad. Background information. There haven't been any attempts to solve this problem in the past, as we're aware of, because it really hasn't been a problem besides now. The problem is the school gets to decide whether a song can be played in the rock band or not. And to understand the problem, you first have to understand the benefits of having limited censorship. Limited censorship can be beneficial in multiple ways, such as giving people more freedom in choice, and choice can give students more motivation in actually working on the project or song or whatever it is, thus making them better due to more practice.
For our scientific navigation, we filled out what?
It's in navigation.
Oh, whatever. For our scientific investigation, we made a form to fill out with related questions to the problem we're trying to solve.
First, we created the form in Google Forms and came up with questions that could help us decide, that could help us get closer to the answer to our problem.
Based on the results of our form, we can clearly see that getting to choose what you want is greatly enhanced your motivation for it and decrease your stress on it.
And the questions we asked are, have you ever been given a choice on a project before? And 100% said yes. Did it affect your motivation to work on it? In which, 84% said yes. And did your choice increase or decrease your stress? In which 37.4?
Yeah, 37.4.
Percent said it decreased their stress.
Now for our claim, getting to choose what you're going to be working on increases your motivation and decreases your stress. When asked if getting to choose what you worked on increases motivation, 81% answered yes, and when asked if getting to choose what motivated you to work decreased stress, 45% answered yes. This clearly shows the benefits that choice provides when working on something, be it a project, a song, or a job.
Expert interview. So unfortunately, we asked around a lot, but we couldn't get someone to interview. So we're just gonna show the answers that we were hoping to get to the questions. So the first question: do you think that songs in bands should be censored? I mean, the answer we were hoping to get was that limited censorship is better than complete censorship. And our second question was, to what extent do you think that song should be censored, if at all? The answer we'd hoped to get was somewhere along the lines of like swear words being censored or changed, but not entire songs being unable to be performed due to a single word. And our third question, do you feel more motivated to play a song if you get to choose the song? And we'd hope to get the answer, yes.
We propose the following. We should have the right to pick a song, and the school should have the right to change it only if it has a swear word that cannot be changed, censored, or the song cannot be played instrumentally. This proposition is not very hard to do at all. All the school has to do is change how they censor the songs and the process they go through while deciding whether to let us play the song or not. The people we would talk to about this would be the principal or someone in charge of the school. We would have to have a conversation with the principal or some other school official about this and what we could do instead.
Future steps. So to fix this problem, we would have to follow some steps to go ask people and fix the problem. So first, we would bring this problem to the attention of the school. We would talk to the principal or whoever school official is in charge of this problem or the decision making. We would make any changes. So say they didn't like this thing or they didn't like this thing, so we would change it accordingly to get it passed. And then if we get it passed, then we can play the songs we want without having to worry about having to change a song completely or not being able to play a song.
So in short, our proposal is as such. The school band should be able to have more freedom for what songs they want to perform to a limit. This is because students evidently have more motivation to work on something if they were given the freedom to choice. What they wanted to do. More motivation means more want to practice and get better, which means a better band, and we all want a better band. This can also be applied to chorus.
Frequently asked questions. First question, why does this problem matter to you? We have both performed in band, and we both enjoy playing instruments, and we both want to be able to perform the songs we like, because if we like a song, we'll want to perform it more. Second question, why did you choose this problem? Because it was a problem that found quite outrageous and stupid that it was even a thing in the first place. And that we couldn't play an entire song because of a single word. And how much censorship do you think is reasonable? Censoring swears or certain words in it or changing certain words in it is probably what should be allowed, and also based on the context of the word. For example, gun should be allowed, but can be censored based on the context.
Thank you for your attention. May we answer any questions?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yo guys, the screen shaking was wonderful.
Aiden.
Yeah, I figured. That's very big.
Yeah, sure. 1 second. Hopefully that be, yeah, so you'll speak into the microphone nice and slow. Yeah, you read off that, read off the slides, whatever works for you. You'll use you'll still use the arrows. Should be good. Because, yeah, now it's not using the cords, so you shouldn't have that problem again. Do you guys have any questions? Alright. Just see you. Okay. Can you just say our names, not our last names? Yeah, that's fine. Right. It happened earlier, so okay. Yeah. Alright, so whenever you guys are ready, you can get started.
Hello, my name is Kat.
And I'm Carly.
And we are doing the drug pandemic in Franklin County. So, this has been a problem since 1990. We reached the problem with the health office. We also reached the problem with a teacher in this school. And the opioid force, which is the drug pandemic thing that we did. And there was a bunch of groups who were affected by this, mostly 13 up. So that's most of that.
The past solutions for this problem is stopping the drug pandemic and making laws for this problem.
The policies currently impacting this problem are the opioid task force and the DEA. This was not very helpful in the past solutions that they have tried. Yes, they do have graphs and surveys about this, but it has not helped much. And most of the obstacles is like just teenagers here and there having like drug dealing in schools or like outside of school, and it's not really helping much. And that's most of an obstacle that people have to go through and all that. And scientific information in Franklin County 2020, there was a 744 fentanyl related overdoses with death reports, and it was around 87% of overdoses for this problem. So on our scientific investigation, we did a survey and found some graphs about this. And of course, most age groups is 13 to 16, and it's been a problem since. Our thing's much bigger. Our claim is that teenagers shouldn't even be doing drugs and all that, and how it's affecting them. Our evidence is our survey. We got most of like our information from there, and talking to Ms. Brown about this problem and the opioid force. And our reasoning is that the government has kept track on these graphs and surveys of this problem, but this problem has increased of the drug problem in Massachusetts mostly. So our expert interview, we didn't get much. We did had to call. They haven't called us back. So we had to talk to one of the teachers here. Most of their characteristics was very calm, respectful, and very kind. And they were very understanding. As well, the expertise is that they give this advice about all of this problem, and either if it's like some drugs are bad and some drugs are completely fine, but just in between right there. And they gave us advice about this problem. They told us some of these questions either must be researched or talked with someone else. And the most frequently age groups. Policy proposal. The purpose of this is so teenagers or adults understand about this problem. This is very actionable for audiences, as in families, the school, the teenagers are mostly impacted with this problem. And probably most schools like elementary or high schools, middle schools. The steps to start this solution is like talking to more experts about this and doing more research about it. Our future steps is making flyers and getting teenagers not to do any of these things. And of course contacting people about so we can get more information for it. Our frequently asked questions is, do you provide resources individually who are addicted to illegal substances? One of our answers was counseling for minors without parental permission and resources. What types of illegal substances are most common in Franklin County? We still don't have an answer for that, but I'm doing research for it. And what age groups do you feel are most impacted by drug use? The most age groups that are impacted is 8th grade to like 10th, 11th, and 9th grade, and so on. So 13 from 17 years old, around there. What types of educational resources do you think should be available in schools? We do have an answer for that, but I still haven't like put it there. But it's mostly like health that should be having these resources and educational stuff for teenagers, and having like one-on-ones with the kids, like every kid from the health class, so we can get more information for that. Do you provide Narcan free of charge? They can, but only in health centers. So like probably hospitals and centers that are around here in Franklin County. If someone is looking to come clean of drug use, what recommendations would you give them? One of them, admitting about having a problem with drug use, is getting over it is very hard. And mostly it's like the hardest and most important step that they need to take, or like talking to a counselor about it or a health center. This is the resource for our survey. So proposal summary. Our proposal is to get more people to realize what drugs to teen and adults, and for the community to come together to help stop drug abuse. Our first step we are going to take is putting up flyers around the campus and the community, and then try to get a group of people together to discuss what we can figure out and which way. Thank you for your attention, and may I answer some questions?
into the microphone. You just this one. Yeah, you'll use that, and then yeah, if you need to read off the slides, that's totally fine too. Actually, I'll make sure. All right. You good?
Yeah. My name's Natalie, and I'm doing accessibility to affordable basic necessities for the community. I focus on how to improve the quality of life for citizens in rural communities by supplying basic resources for those in need. So the problem is that low-income families and citizens live in poverty throughout the 9 towns in our community. They don't have access to basic necessities needed to live a healthy life, and this number has grown exponentially since COVID. This is a problem because in order to have a healthy community that continues to flourish, our citizens need to be supported. I came across this problem by seeing people in our community that aren't fully supported. I can see this in my school environment, on the news, social media, and through stories. This problem is relevant to me because there's many people that I know who have struggled since COVID. I also want to go into the healthcare system, so I'm very passionate about making a difference in the community and changing the lives of others. So some context and background information is that almost 1,000 people just in our small 9 towns struggle with poverty. Some previous solutions include the Northampton Survival Center, Dickinson Memorial Library, and Whitney's Pantry. All these places have ways to distribute food, hygiene products, feminine products, things like that, to make sure people have affordable resources. Some obstacles of these solutions are that not all people have transportation and it's too far to walk. They also don't have enough information because it's hard to reach out to those who are struggling. People are also afraid to ask for help due to harmful stereotypes that people make. Some policies that are in the way of this are funding for resources and clinics, and many laws about women's health and healthcare in general, as well as inflation, increased prices since COVID, and a lack of public transportation in rural areas like around here. For my scientific investigation, I focused on the question, how accessible are resources to citizens living in rural communities? First, I identified what data I would need to answer the comparative question. In this case, I needed to find a location where these resources were given out and calculate the distance from each town. Then I considered logical ways that I could research these to get an accurate distance from where people would live. Then I calculated and formulated a table and chart with the information to represent the data. For my answer, I found that resources to citizens living in rural communities are not very accessible. This has become some people have to travel long distances to reach places with resources. My chart and graph from the one before shows how long it takes from each town to get to Tapestry Health, which is in Greenfield, that supplies hygiene products, basic medical needs, and to get to West County Food Pantry, that's in Shelburne, which supplies food. My scientific verdicts were that basic necessities for communities and citizens living in the 9 towns are not accessible because they're too far away. Some of the evidence I used was that poverty rates are rising and are close to 20% in locations around here. Also, some drives to get resources can be up to 40 minutes. We can see that this is impacting residents because of these rising poverty rates, and this impacts many people, not just those who are struggling. My interview with my community expert was an executive director from the Mary Lyon Foundation. This foundation works on many community projects and focuses on getting resources for people in need. I was looking for someone who's credible, passionate, helpful, knowledgeable, experienced, showed leadership, which I found because they were founded in 1991, which demonstrates how experienced they are, credible, and knowledgeable. The takeaways from this expert was that the Mary Lyon Foundation distributes food directly to homes, which makes it much more simpler for families to get what they need. I also found that applying for grants, getting donations, and contacting organizations are good ways of getting the products I would need. I also found out that most places are not open for many hours, which is inconvenient for people who work. My policy proposal is that each town should have book swap huts that are filled with hygiene and feminine products, snacks, and basic medical supplies instead of books. This policy is actionable because it's easy to maintain, simple to build, and will stand out and help in the community. My audience is people who are struggling, not just those, but other people in the community as well. The steps I'm going to take is to get advice from more experts to point me into the right direction to be able to implement this. I also would need to propose the policy to the towns, get funding, and look into how to build these structures. My progress so far is that I've contacted the Mary Lyon Foundation and gotten insight into possible ways to get funding, and they would possibly partner with me on this project. I also have many other places who distribute resources that I could get information from. My next steps are to actually reach out to these places and propose these ideas to the town. I have attached a future timeline that extends from this summer to 2 years from now about how I could realistically play out these steps. Some frequently asked questions are that why has poverty increased since COVID, which I answered by saying that inflation has made resources less available, and unemployment, depression, and sickness has made people go into debt. Charlemont and Shelburne Falls are also the worst off towns because they have the highest poverty percentage, 21.6% and 11%. This is because these towns have more affordable housing, which increases the population of low-income families. What resources are needed the most? Feminine hygiene products are needed the most because other places don't distribute them as much as they do for food and clothes. To communicate my policy, I would want to communicate it through bulletin boards, newsletters, and robocalls, as well as flyers. Some more frequently asked questions are about how people would get to the locations, which is they would be placed in the center of town because that's where the largest population of people living in poverty are. They would be outside, they could be outside or inside. If I were to put them inside, they would be in town halls, libraries, or post offices, and they would be regulated by staff in the public buildings or me or people I partner with. If they would be outside, they would be open all the time, which would be more accessible, but they would have to be regulated more often by daily checks. My summary of my proposal is that restockable Hudson boxes filled with resources like basic medical supplies, hygiene and feminine products, and snacks should be installed throughout the nearby towns. This will help people who are struggling with meeting needs for basic necessities, and the hope is that this would help our community continue to flourish by supporting the needs of our citizens. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Get a drink of water, use the bathroom, just stand up, stretch your legs. Our next presentation is going to be in 12 minutes.
I think mine's way better now. Like a minute or two. I can that could actually be and it decided that my finger will look better and when I throw these out of my pocket I might start a bit decided okay, so this took me like 9 minutes to read about. Then my ankles Because that's part of the image. Well, it's just
Makes sense.
Before I start, I just want to thank everyone for coming to see the presentation. With that out of the way, let's better mental Any questions? I'm just starting with presentations. It has I ran out of the images too, so I put that there. And I ran out of images too, so I put that there. And I ran out of images too, so I put that there. And I ran out of images too, so I put that there. You were sitting on the ground.
I want to sit here. You weren't even sitting over there. Yeah, but until we have to go back.
We are on the bank.
I don't think you're being grateful. I think that's more of a suggestion.
Same, honestly. You actually. I'm completely ready. No, I'm not ready. Yes. Awesome. I didn't take off. Why are you shooting? No, I haven't. I just haven't done it. I finished the class. I'll finish all of them except one. Wait, so are they all white? No. I don't really care. Except for my stuff. I can't really see.
What?
I can't really. Yeah, I can't see.
Comparative question. What is more complex?
Kill you.
If someone so that appears you can see that.
You're dying.
That's yes. 21.1%. So the amount of people that would use this could be somewhere around right. And people that wouldn't use it would be all the way up. People that have had suicidal thoughts and I don't know for sure. It's just yes. If they don't know for sure, they probably consider it. So I consider that. I actually have some data because I didn't know this should be What? I forgot. But I mean, by the way, these are the close statistics. These are like the statistics. I just put that there. And there's an interview which I have to summarize. Interview I have to summarize this shit a lot. I have to summarize this shit a lot. I have to summarize Shit, not at all. Very not much. Had to not even summarize this shit. I just decided, nope, this is too much writing. I needed to just read it off. I forgot to give proposed summary. I just put that on because that's if you were to attention, many people like information that much unless you put things as SpongeBob pictures or very jokey that your great Which Dylan? There's probably some that every state. I'm not sure if this is the only I didn't. She is because of God. What is broke? I didn't period two. Did not have those no judge barely any Oh no, I don't have that. But you guys get 10 minutes and I get 9. That's not fair.
Alright, Carly and Isaiah, let's get you set up.
You told me to sit in front of the computer.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that on?
Yeah, it's on that feature.
Oh, it is on. That's fine.
So,
Yeah, it's okay.
So just talk nice and slow into the mic. You can read off the slides, that's totally fine. You'll change it with the arrows. Do you have any questions? Let me just make sure.
All right, everyone out in the audience, if I could please have voices off and your Chromebooks, devices, everything away, please. Come on in, take a seat. All right, whenever you two are ready, we can get started.
Alright. I'm Isaiah.
And I'm Harley.
And our project is working on building and restoring the Mohawk JV baseball field.
What is the problem? The problem is that the JV baseball field has dirt patches where there's supposed to be grass in the outfield and in the infield. And the benches are bent when people sit on them. And the fences are coming apart. And there's also grass in the baselines. We reach this problem because we actively play on the field and have to deal with this issues of the field. This is a problem because it interferes with the game and how people play, so nobody plays their best, but it can also possibly be a risk of injury. This problem is relevant to us because we play on the field and have to practice and play on the field every day.
Alright, so we have these photos which display the problems with the field, such as the grass in the infield and on the base paths where it should not be, and the lack of grass where it should be.
And then these ones, you can see a slight bend in the picture on the left, but it has a lot more of a bend when everyone sits on it. And then the bench on the right is the away team's bench, and you can see that there's no bend in that bench.
Alright, so some of the previous and past solutions to this problem. There are two past solutions that we know of with repairing the baseball field. One of the ways is last year they used a weed killer to kill all the weeds, but they didn't realize that most of the outfield was weeds. So there's just, now it completely killed everything. So all we have is dirt now in the outfield. And the second way that the Buckland Rec dug out the space for the new swimming pool, and Mohawk got all the dirt, and they were thinking of using that dirt to level the outfield because parts slants off so the ball will roll when it's supposed to stop. And some of the policies currently impacting this problem, or some policies that impact this, are some dirt so we can even out the outfield. We just don't have the time to move it around. What obstacles were in the way at the time of the prior solutions? There are some obstacles that got in the way of prior solutions. One is that they tried to kill weeds in the outfield and infield, but they didn't realize the entire field, infield and outfield, was all weeds. So the field is all dirt now. Lastly, Greg is trying to level out the outfield, but we don't have enough time or money to do it, so that is why it hasn't been done yet. What scientific information is helpful to know to understand this problem? Some scientific information that is helpful to understand this problem is by understanding how much money it is to make a new field and how much time it takes to make it?
For the scientific investigation, our comparative question was how can we fix / make the field better for cheap and quickly. One, we have to talk to Greg first. Then we got the information from Greg's brother about how much we can make the field for and how cheap it is, and how much days and how many people it is. And then we got the information. So we can make a new baseball field for $58,000 and it only takes 6 days and 16 people.
Alright, so this are our scientific findings. Our claim was repairing the baseball field is a possibility, and it's not a terrible amount of money to fix considering how much money the school gets from the government and what it would cost would be, or to build it, is 25 square foot of sod, 75 cents per square foot, leaves $18,750. 100 tons of native infield mix, $40 per ton, which comes out to $4,000. The mound clay, which comes out to $2,300. Home plate and pitching rubbers comes out to $500. Bases $500. Labor for 16 workers $30,000, and total price would be $57,850.
Some characteristics we were looking for in an expert on this topic was someone who has or had knowledge on this problem. The expertise of this expert is Greg's the sports director and his brother repairs / builds baseball fields. 3 takeaways from our interview with this expert is making a new field takes $27,850 plus an extra $30,000 for labor. So just repairing the field would be even less expensive, and it's actually a possibility for us.
Our policy that we were proposing is having a required maintenance time once a week that is different from all the rest of the fields, so then it gets done and stays kept up. How is this proposal actionable? The proposal is actionable because we have the people in our school that can help keep the field in a suitable condition to play on and keep it up for years after. Who is the appropriate audience for this proposal? The school's athletic program and athletes are the appropriate audience. What are the steps to start this proposed solution? Our first step was getting information from Greg and talking to him. Our second step was, or will be, starting the rebuild on the field. And our third step be starting the proposed policy to keep up the field.
Frequently asked questions are, how much money is it to make a new field? $57,850. How much time will it take to finish the new field? About 6 work days. How many people does it take to make a new baseball field? Is about 16 people. And then what does it take to maintain the field? It takes time and money to maintain the field.
To wrap things up, for our proposal is, so it was very possible for our proposal to happen with the people and resources available.
Thank you for your attention. May I answer any questions?
So period 3, head out. If you have period 4 for science or social studies, you can sit tight.
Skylar, you can sit on the comfy chair. Yeah, I see why. I know what was today. Yeah, it looks like you're like a game show. Well, that just makes me go like this. No, actually, I know. Good. Have your feet like this. What is Oh, we're making a background for Alex. Exactly. This is a lot better. A lot more straight. Mine uses more foresight, so mine's just statistically better. Guess what? Cut. 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 Puncture. That's the paradox.
Why is the ceiling
He sat on the side with me. I'm kidding, my dog. Yeah, really No, I mean, because you have no more. That's not good, Alex. No. That's not good, Alex. Because that is the
No, it's fine. I don't even have to have a lot.
It's not supposed to. Oh, is that why it hurts me to have a leg up? It only hurts when it's like
What did I do? On my shoulder? Oh,
That was a really makeshift hormone. No, I was gonna give it to
He should have said air. They look the same. Yeah, you need to beat up when you're that
What was that, Skylar?
I have.
You do have a lot of power. Why do you give her so much power again? Why do you give her so much power? Oh, right, I have a hidden folder.
hidden folder where?
In my phone. Let's see if I still remember the password.
I told you. No, I didn't.
I think I still remember the password.
We go first.
Soccer. And nothing else in my room.
Not every I said once a month. I once saw her on chair twice.
That's the company.
I did the random times.
Let's just say it out
Alright, everyone, so we're gonna get started in just a minute. So a couple things. When others are presenting, I need all devices, Chromebooks, phones, everything is away. You should be sitting facing the front so that you can, your eyes facing the screen, you're ready to go. Feel free to ask questions at the end of presentations, but there should be absolutely no talking or side conversations during those presentations. And yeah, we'll go from there. So, Dylan, you ready? And you don't need to bring your Chromebook up because I have mine all set up there. That you'll be able to read off of.
All right, so yeah, you can go ahead and take a seat. So you'll just talk into the microphone. It picks it up pretty well, so you don't really need to move around too much. You use the arrows to change it. Speak nice and slow. Feel free to read off the slides, like you won't lose points with that or anything. Yeah, you have any questions?
No.
You good? Feeling ready?
Yeah.
Woo! All right, everybody. So we are going to get started. So at this point, everyone has at least been in here for one period, so you know how it goes. So let's give our full attention. And Dylan,
Just kidding, let me actually start the... There we go.
Yeah. The problem with our carbon footprint in Massachusetts. The problem. The entirety of Massachusetts produces around 421,627 metric tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere yearly. This problem is a result of mass energy production, burning coal, and burning oil, among other things. Our insane amount of carbon emissions, just as a state alone, is a problem because it's increasing the rise of global temperature every day. This problem is relevant to me because I live in Massachusetts and too have a problem with my carbon footprint. Background information. A good past solution that is still in force is the Global Warming Solutions Act, JWSA. This act builds on the three overarching strategies: increased energy efficiency, end-use electrification, and electricity decarbonization. The electrification of vehicles and thermal conditioning in buildings, and the replacement of carbon-intensive fuels with renewable energy sources. An obstacle for this is that it would take money, lots of it, to change our ways. Though this all sounds good, it's helpful to know that it would be difficult to adapt to certain electrical replacements when gas and oil both are in majority of usage globally. Which produces scientific investigation. Which produces less CO2? Electrical usage like solar panels or oil/gas usage? In my steps to collecting data. Ask questions like how much is electricity used and how much is gas used, or what are their effects. Collect data by sending surveys and using trustable websites. Analyze and interpret the newly found data and act on results. And on my graph here, I found off Google, solar/PV roof, that's electrical, and natural gas is like oil and gas, and it's way higher than solar PV utility. Claim. If Massachusetts was built more on electrical usage than things like gas and oil, our carbon footprint as a whole would decrease. Evidence. Massachusetts' carbon footprint contains 23.5% oil usage and 51.2% gas usage, while only 17.8% is electricity usage. Reasoning. This supports my claim because we now know that oil/gas usage produces more CO2 than electrical usage, which proves that if we lessen the usage of oil/gas, our carbon footprint as a state would decrease by a lot. My policy proposal. I propose a campaign website to get more people to drive electric vehicles and more to replace the usage of oil and gas. I can take action on this proposal and create a website that tells people about the upgrades that electrical usage does for the environment rather than oil/gas, and shows where you can find and buy products of the electrical sort. This proposal is for the adult and 16-year-old audience, obviously, because 16-year-olds can drive. To start this proposed solution, I can tell friends and family or even peers about the website and tell them to show it to people they know and get it to gain popularity. Future steps. Currently, to reach my proposal, I have released a survey that asks questions about what people do with things that cause carbon emissions, and I see if the results show a caring footprint or a monstrous one. To continue this work, I will in the future create a website, like I said before, that assists people with their carbon footprint and suggests carbon-friendly alternatives. And that's an image from my survey. Frequently asked questions. Doesn't Massachusetts have multiple acts going on right now that already limit carbon emissions? That's true. Massachusetts is currently working on its own carbon footprint to lessen it in ways like carbon pricing or JWSA. So what area does this apply? The entirety of Massachusetts. Well, it can apply other places, but that's it. Is the change from oil/gas forced? No, it's entirely optional to participate. Why is reducing global carbon emissions so hard if we already have all of this electrical carbon-friendly tech. It's hard because not everybody takes action on their carbon emissions. This is most likely because of the money it would take and how much change people would have to go through. What has the biggest impact on carbon emissions? Coal, oil, and gas. What is the difference between global warming and climate change? Global warming is the warming of the Earth, while climate change is the increasing change of climates over a long period of time. Why make this website if there are ones just like it out on the internet already? I'd make this website because it could leave a mark on a few hundred people if I'm lucky. Is there still time to stop climate change? Yes, there is. All we need to do is cut down our usage of greenhouse gas emissions. Will they get refunded for their gas vehicles to buy new electric ones? No, that's not in my power. What percentage of the CO2 in the atmosphere has been produced by human beings through the burning of fossil fuels? 64% of all human produced carbon emissions come from fossil fuel. Are organizations studying technologies that could help us address the problem of climate change right now? Yes, quite a few. How long until climate change is irreversible? The Intergovernmental Panel in 2018 stated that there's less than 12 years left if we stay on this path. Proposal summary. In summary, my policy proposal is a website that takes your carbon-friendly emissions. Is a website that takes your carbon emissions that use oil and gas and suggests more carbon-friendly solutions that are much needed. Thank you for your attention, and may I answer any questions?
So once again, I'm just going to say, please, side conversations need to be off during presentations or else it is going to impact your grade. Alright? So please be respectful of the people you are like your classmates. If you need to move your seats, you should do that. I can't hear you. What? All right. So you'll read through. Just talking to the mic. Talk nice and slow. And yeah, just use the arrows to click through.
Yep, you go. Alright, my capstone is about the effect of sleep on students and grades and stuff like that.
Pardon the interruption. If anyone is interested in playing soccer next year in grades 8 to 11, there's a meeting at 2 o'clock in the gym today. Thank you.
Alright, so the problem I'm working on is the effect that the amount of sleep has on a student's behavior and how people at Mohawk could help. It's probably became apparent to me because I like sleeping, and sometimes I feel like if I get a different amount of sleep, I feel different, so I wanted to kind of analyze that. And I feel like that the amount of sleep a student could get could be a fixable problem because it could be because of school and sports and stuff like that. This could be an issue because people could have like mental problems because of lack of sleep, and they could think it's because of something else. Alright, So my claim is that the amount of sleep a person gets on a daily basis can and will affect the personality, behavior, and mood of a person. Example being a well-rested person being positive or the opposite, along with it affecting the grades of a student. But the way we could change this is to where it's not as apparent of a problem is that we could just give students less frequent homework assignments. So I posted a survey or a Google form on our survey link thingy, and the information I collected was 42% of people said they get 8+ hours of sleep, 42 said 6 to 8, and 16 people said different amounts of sleep. But I was wondering how that mattered, and then I realized that 18 out of 20 kids who claimed to have 8 or more hours of sleep said they were usually in like good, happy, awake moods. The same percentage of students who said they get 6 hours or 6 to 8 hours of sleep said they were positive as well. But the other percentages said who got below hours of sleep said they feel like pissy, angry, sad, and stuff like that. And like some background knowledge that made me want to like talk about this as my civics project and how I could fix it is because the term cranky is when someone's like ill-tempered and irritable, with an example, with like the example thing being like someone's cranky because they didn't get too much sleep. I saw this as an example of someone being ill-tempered, and I got curious and did research that led me to find out that lack of sleep can affect behavior, which is the reason I'm doing this as my project. On top of all these things, I like sleeping a bunch, so it was fitting for me. Okay, this was going to be the frequently asked question thing, but I accidentally deleted it, and I forgot to change it back. But one of the frequently asked questions was that if sleep can affect behavior, and from what I know, yeah. Then another question was the recommended amount of sleep, and the recommended amount of sleep was like 6 to 8 hours. The other question was like, I don't remember the other questions, to be honest. Yeah, and then the other slides are blank too, because I grabbed the wrong Chromebook this morning. But after that, it was just done. So if there are any questions, you should ask them.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna take about 8 minutes before our next presentation, just so we can stay on our schedule.
Not that I have one, but if you want
Don't do your card.
I win. No, I win because he owns a jacket, a black tie, and he's higher than three.
Okay, can I sit? Don't worry, watch it.
I got you. You got it. Okay, we Wait, guys.
I know. Connor, why?
I can see better.
That's really funny.
Oh, go see. Hey, Skylar. Do you want a high five? Alex, high five, Skylar. Skylar wins. Oh my god. That's all Skylar wanted. That's all Skylar wanted. I'm down.
Sandy doesn't need to
Hey, there's more blood. What? Look, there's more blood.
Yeah, take a word.
He cut himself with the
So whenever I see blood, and I'm finding that, and when I got it wasn't like dead. It was like dead.
Alright, we are gonna get going with our next one. So if I can have all devices, everything put away. Luke and Cam, come on up.
Don't mess up, Luke.
Take your seats. Alright, so you talk into the microphone.
Yes.
You'll use the arrows to control it. Just speak nice and slowly, confidently.
I have a question. Like, what's recording us?
All of them are.
There's so many.
they're getting like different angles of you. Yeah. Feel free. I see you have cards. Feel free to read off the slides. If like the cards get to be too much, you won't lose points for that. Don't worry. But yeah, you good?
Yep.
Cool. All right, everyone, I need voices up, please. Sitting down, facing forward. There's the Mohawk. Oh, I love your sweater.
All right.
Okay. Our topic is on school safety in Mohawk Trail Regional. So the problem we have chosen to solve is school safety at Mohawk. This is an issue since school threats are becoming increasingly common recently, and we want the best for our peers at Mohawk. This is relevant to us since we go to Mohawk and care about the safety of our students and staff.
Alright, so attempted school security systems. So schools in the past have tried things like security guards or metal detectors, but after research, we have discovered that these solutions can scare students and make them feel uncomfortable, causing their learning experience to worsen and also very expensive. So we've concluded that higher teacher training was the best route to go.
Our comparative question is, what do students think would be a better option? Higher teacher training or security guards? To answer this, we sent out a survey for students to take. Among the answers, 27.7% of students agreed that higher teacher training would be a better option than security guards or metal detectors.
Alright, our scientific findings. So the majority of students in the school say that they feel only mostly safe, since there are certain people that they feel uncomfortable to be around, or that there have been threats in the past. We think it's very possible for this statistic to change for the better of the school and everyone in it.
Sorry for the interruption. The soccer meet is tomorrow in the gym at 2 o'clock from grade 8 to 11. Not today, it is for tomorrow.
For an expert to help us with this project, we wanted someone who would be able to approve the possibility of the idea. We also wanted them to be passionate about our goal. Our expert is Tucker Jenkins, a Shelburne policeman who we knew could help with this project. He's able to answer some questions to help us see if these solutions would work, and which he agreed. Do you think these solutions will actually work? I believe it'll assist in the overall student and staff safety. I think that the more staff has awareness of physical self-defense, the safer our schools will be. Do you think we will be able to pursue these solutions? Absolutely. Teachers should have active threat training and recognition. Further, I think having cameras on the outside can assist in threat detection, but also other needed school issues like vandalism or missing kids.
Alright, so how we propose to increase school safety. So as mentioned previously, our proposal includes more security cameras as well as higher teacher training, including basic self-defense for the staffs and teachers. This proposal will improve the safety of our community, and it will not be impossible to pull off. A summary of the steps we took to get here included surveying students to get all the data on how they feel safe, as well as interviewing our expert Tucker Jenkins.
The next step would include talking to the principal to see if this is a realistic change, then contacting Tucker further to see if we can make it work, as well as what to do next, then finally enforce our policy change.
Alright, so frequently asked questions. Will cameras actually help? The security cameras outside of school definitely help because we could monitor who is going in and out of the school and what they're doing when they're doing so. This would also aid in vandalism and more. How would staff be trained for bad situations, like if someone brought a gun? We would have the teachers be trained how to do basic self-defenses and how to disarm someone, and they would be trained from the police. How do students feel with security cameras almost everywhere? Students might feel an invasion of privacy, but as long as the security cameras are not super visible, students should not notice them so much. Is this actionable? Yes, it is actionable. It wouldn't be impossible, but there are a few things that might get in the way. For example, like budget and more. Will this actually work well? We believed it will work well since the security measures aren't visible and shouldn't disrupt student learning.
Other frequently asked questions. Do students agree with this idea? Yes, students have said that they would feel safer with higher staff training. What are some negative impacts of the solution? Students may feel an invasion of privacy by the cameras, but are the students actually worried about school threats? Most students say they feel mostly safe, which means there's some room for improvement.
Alright, our safety proposal summary. Alright, in summary, we propose that Mohawk should have security systems whose goal will be to make students and staff feel safer while in or around the building. These measures could lower the chances of a threat and make students feel more comfortable. Our proposal includes training staff in self-defense and installing more security cameras inside and outside the school. Thank you for your attention and listening to our project. Me and Cam really appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions? No? Nobody?
Alright, we have one more for today. So, if I could please have all devices away. We're gonna get started on our last one for today. So yeah, so you'll just speak into the microphone nice and slow. You're good. You'll use the arrows on here to move it, and see you have notes. If you end up needing to read off your slides, that's totally fine too. Okay. Let me just double check that my volume's off so that I don't accidentally start pinging in the middle of your presentation. And alright, everyone. So side conversations off.
My project is on clothing and furniture waste, cause and effects, and mostly focuses on overconsumption and consumerism. Some frequently asked questions that I thought might need to be answered was, what is sustainability? Sustainability is, by definition, avoidance of depletion of natural resources in order to maintain ecological balance. It fulfills human needs without taking from the Earth's needs. The next one is, why should I care about sustainability? We should all care about sustainability because we're all affected by what happens on the Earth, whether the Earth continues to, whether we can still sustain ourselves from the Earth. And the last one is, how does this affect me? Which is, it affects us all. We all have to choose what we buy, how we buy it, and how much we buy. And being careful with what we buy promotes better choices for the earth. Overconsumption. Overconsumption is defined by Merriam-Webster's dictionary as excessive consumption or use of something. In this case, we are excessively consuming Earth's resources. When we're mindful of how we purchase, when we are mindful of how we purchase, we promote sustainable habits, reduce waste, and reduce our negative impact on the environment. Being mindful of our overconsumption habits encourages creating an equitable world, informed choices, and ethical consumption. Maintaining sustainable practices is among one of the most important things whenever it comes to shopping. Some of the impacts of sustainability and overconsumption is we'll have to choose what we do with damaged, stained, ripped, and clothes that no longer fit us. So why wouldn't you choose to donate them or gift them? Everyone that's involved is positively impacted. Your clothes life is prolonged. You no longer have to have the clothes, and somebody gets to enjoy these clothes just like you did. I first found out about sustainability and overconsumption through video essays on YouTube and other short videos. These really inspired me to make my own clothes. A lot of you have seen I made my own hats, and I've learned how to sew, and generally improve my buying habits by buying less and making do with what I have. The history of overconsumption and consumerism isn't a very long one because overconsumption first started in the 1920s whenever the assembly line was first introduced, and a lot of companies jumped on the trend of having an assembly line to create as much product as possible in the fastest amount of time. Once all of these companies had all of these products, they realized there wasn't as much demand for the products they wanted to sell. So they took to advertising that convinced the viewers of a need for the product that they sell. They sell the answer. This is called consumerism. Shopping habits are one of the biggest ways that you can help reduce your waste and create a more sustainable future. The biggest problem is simply buying items. Buying items and not properly discarding them creates more waste sent to landfills and more waste sent to incinerators. Something that a lot of people get wrong whenever first trying to become sustainable is they buy all these eco-friendly products instead of keeping the ones that they already have. Like, you can keep your own plastic water bottle, or you can buy the new metal one or the new biodegradable one, but that old plastic one is still going to get thrown away, and you've just bought more and gotten rid of something new. It's better to keep what you have and make it last longer than buy disposables. This is my data analysis. Not my data analysis, this is my data collection.
Whenever I first approached the topic of overconsumption, I wanted to know how often are people buying large amounts of clothing. So 8 or more pieces of clothing. So like a good 5-6 outfits that'll last them like if you brought that on vacation with you, you could be there for a month or so. 21.1% of those asked bought seasonally, 31.5% buy once a year or longer, buy 8 or more pieces of clothes once a year or longer, 21.1% buy 8 or more pieces of clothes every other month, 10.5% buy once a month, and 15.8% buy 8 or more pieces of clothing every 2 to 4 weeks. These findings were not as good as I'd hoped, with 26.3 total buying 8 plus textiles once a month or more, but overall very positive with good amounts of people buying less. I also wanted to know how our people are sourcing their clothing, whether they're buying secondhand and letting that new piece of clothing's life last longer, their wear life, or whether people are buying new every time they shop. And the findings were that my survey showed that 42.9% rarely buy secondhand and 28.6% never buy secondhand. Only 7.1 of those surveyed buy secondhand every time. The last question that I had whenever approaching this topic was, how are people disposing of their clothing and whether they'd be open to changing their mind about how they dispose of clothing. So as you can see, 45% donate most of their clothing, 30% do a mix of both, and 25% throw away. When asked whether they would or already do upcycle and repair their clothing, 50% said sometimes they do or they would be willing to do so sometimes. 10% said no, 30% said yes, they already do, and 10% said probably not, they would not do this. My scientific findings show that there is an overconsumption. This is my claim evidence reasoning. It's not very clear, I don't think. There is an overconsumption problem in Franklin County and nationwide. We know this because 62% of American household and business waste is either incinerated or sent to a landfill. And the remainder of what homes and businesses throw out is made up of durable goods like furniture and appliances, many of which could be repaired or repurposed or have their materials recycled for other uses. And according to a study performed by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the textile system operates in an almost completely linear way. Large amounts of non-renewable resources are extracted to produce clothes that are often used for only a short time, after which the materials are mostly sent to the landfill or incinerated, which perfectly summarizes the problem with fast fashion brands and replenishable mindsets. I also came across an article from Connecticut Health I-Team about a college student named Madeline Kaiser who organized her own clothing swaps. One of her customers, Zordaya Koji, reported saying the clothing swaps that Kaiser had organized gave a sense of community and a sense of social engagement with people that participated. It's good for the environment, and it has so many benefits. I think that all of these statistics I've presented with you show that clothing swaps can be very beneficial in reducing waste sent to landfills and incinerators, and also bring our community together through clothing swaps and that time spent together with sharing the same goal. Some previously made solutions to overconsumption were things like thrift stores, community food pantries, and buy nothing groups online. These are all things that are usually cheaper than buying brand new and help reduce waste that you produce. I think it's also important to note that whenever these concepts first emerged, they had a harder time taking off because of closer-minded society, but today they thrive much more due to a much more open mindset among citizens. Because of the modern day positive effects that these have, I'm proposing a seasonal clothing swap to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to access free clothing and reduce their own waste. This would need to begin before fall of whichever year it first starts, and would need to continue at the beginning of each would have to continue at the beginning of each season in order for students to get clothes suitable for that season. Some steps that I took, I looked into how I would go about organizing a clothing swap, and the first most vital things is to select your time and location and get clearance to use that facility for that allotted time. Finding people to participate is also just as important, because if nobody brings their own clothes, then no one has clothes to take. So it's good to send out emails, just talk about what you're planning. Flyers are always a good idea. Include other people to help organize. Also get an estimate of attendees and how much clothing is going to be brought, because you have to also provide clothing racks and shelves and places for the clothing to be displayed. And if there's too much clothing, then it won't be displayed and won't have a chance to be taken home by someone else. The rest is just smaller steps that are more specific, and it's important to ensure that all attendees have brought clean clothing that are free of odor and not obviously dirty. Any questions about maybe what you can do or anything like that? Okay. These are my sources. It's a couple of articles and other things, and I would thank you.
Very nice job, everyone. So that's day one of our presentations done. So we have about 5 minutes left of the day, but this time is yours. So just